Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Let me make sure I can get everything going here. Make sure the stream is streaming. There we are. Yeah, Risk Neutral Trading. It's someday. It's the 22nd of April, 2026, and it's Wednesday. There's my headset in the wrong computer there from last night. Good. So, Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live trading journal. I stream every morning, every trading day morning from 8 o'clock Central Standard Time until 1500. All times that I refer to or that are visible on my video here is Central Standard. This is my live trading journal. And what do I mean by that? Well, I don't multitask very well. So rather than, be trying to focus on the market through the day and then doing screen snaps and typing in a journal and all those things which are important to maintain a journal, I end up with a mess on both hands. So what I've landed on is this. Everything that I'm watching on my screens is covered by my two main monitors here. This is IRT, my charting package, and this is Bookmap, heat map and execution package, basically. And my voiceover, or this narration, provides insight as to what I was thinking, and it's working out pretty well for me, anyway. I don't know about anybody else, but then again, it is my journal, and the idea is I've just opened it up to anyone that wants to watch or listen, and it's for complete transparency and accountability. So there you go. Now, I'm not licensed to, nor do I intend to provide trade or finance advice. However, Bookmap, I trade live, a live futures account with AMP futures funded by myself. So this is any trades that I take over here are live market, real money. On IRT, this is where I develop and vet or, identify statistically if a setup has a positive edge or not. And that happens over here. Now, this, for example, is my initial balance trade system, and this has been vetted pretty thoroughly, and it pushes, when I have it sent to the chart, it will automatically, or it will graphically display trades that are signaled in the system here on this chart just for visual reference. These are done within the simulated environment. This is live current data from AMP and Rhythmic, but this is live current. These trades would be in the simulated environment in IRT. And there's a couple other ones that I'm testing out. There's that one and this one and different things. So if it's in Investor RT, it's going to be in the simulated environment, and all trades that I actually in the real world and the real account with real money is here in Bookmap. So there you go. Let's look at the news now. I'm having some issues with my old buddy. This is my original news source, which is investing.com. They typically focus on traditional economic value numbers and reports. You notice that the event title of each one of these turns into a URL, so you can go see what's all about the Cushing crude oil inventories report if you don't know. I have it filtered for reports and times that I'm interested in. You can filter it for anything you want, and by all these ads flying around here, you can see that it's free. My thinking is to keep any kind of resources like this that I use, free if possible. That way anybody visiting the stream can take advantage of them. We are in earnings season, and Tesla reports this afternoon after the close. You can tell the little quarter moon is after the close and the sunrise is before the open. So that's how you do this. That's really the first major one of the Mag 7 that's I'm not sure whether, Tesla's not in the Mag 7. Never mind. But they are reporting this afternoon, so let's see what happens. I don't know. It created this tab thing up here with this purple color. I have no idea why it did that, but there you go. One of the nice parts about investing.com is you can, look at what's going to happen tomorrow, this week, next week, custom dates, whatever you want. The other source that I use is called Financial Juice. Also free. They're not as obnoxious about it, but they keep this in front of your screen all the time. So that's fine with me. The left side here is more of a traditional calendar. And there's the Tesla earnings. They mix them up. There's earnings as other reports. The crude inventory, for example. The reason I started following Financial Juice is because in today's environment, I'm sure you're aware of the fact that there are non-traditional economic things, non-traditionally economic reports or inputs that can interrupt our auction. Trump is going to say something. There's a press conference, whatever. We're in a real crazy, high-risk geopolitical environment. And I want to know if there's an upcoming risk which could affect our auction and or if I'm in a trade, have a big impact on that. It's not a political comment at all. It's, they can do what they want to do and say, and that's perfectly their business. But I want to know, in today's market, we are essentially, as traders, we are essentially risk managers. Your basic goal as a trader is to preserve your account. You can only do that by risk management. You can only manage a risk if you are aware that it's coming or potential. So I'm really appreciative of Financial Juice when they pull those, Trump speaking, Trump signing executive orders, whatever, because at any time Trump or some of the others get in front of a reporter, a microphone or a camera, you don't know what might be said. It may not have anything to do with the meeting at hand, but they could say something which would have a big impact on the market. And again, I'm not making a political statement, but I want to know if all of a sudden the market is going to drop 200 points, out of no place. So there you go. The right side over here is a squawk box where more current, up-to-date things run along. So get on with the next thing. Let's get on with the pre-market, which is what we're here for anyway, right? And I was doing some stuff. So here we go. This is IRT. This is my charting. This is the micro tab. These are the minis, the same configuration. Just quickly, if you're ever confused about what you're looking at here on IRT, if you notice the header of every chart has the chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me, has the instrument name, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So, and then there's a watermark on some of these, so these are the minis. This is the mini ES, the mini NQ, the mini ES micro composite or higher time frame chart. This is the market profile chart, and I leave it on the minis all the time, not the micros, because I don't see the need to switch it back and forth. I do switch this from full session, as you see up there at the top. I can't hover over it with my mouse because there it is. You see that it's the full session. When I change it, it will go to RTH. That's the same. This chart, the micro composite or my high time frame chart, always remains on RTH. Now, let's look at the high time frame. These are the MES daily candlesticks, and this is a one-day candlesticks, the period, and is the chart type, and this is the periodicity is 1 day, and these are the RTH sessions. So each one of these bars is a RTH session full trading day, 8:30 in the morning until 1600 in the afternoon. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates these red and green lines up here, which are the high and low volume nodes. and they push automatically to Bookmap. And then it also generates a MCVPOC and highs and lows, and I enter the POCs and things manually. The session prices here also automatically push to Bookmap. Let's quickly look at the volumes today. Ooh, we're at 71%. We've been down in the 50s at this time every morning. You can go back in the stream and look. And this is the points ATR for a 1 minute candlestick at this moment in time. All right. So now let's wander over here and look at Bookmap. Well, you can see that they're getting kind of rambunctious over here. This is the full ETH session so far. I refer to it as Blue Boy. It's nothing more complicated than just a vertical line on the first print of every session. And you can see I'm not lying to you. There's the previous RTH, the previous ETH, and there you go. Makes it real handy for me. If I glance to my left and I can see Blue Boy over here, and I know that I have my active data column right here, this, without question, is the entire overnight session so far up till this moment, from the moment it started or opened until where we are currently. I know without question what the context is, depending on the price. This happens to be 1 point price spread on the ladder. So there you are. Now, the columns right to left. Micro Composite. This is where I manually enter the various MCVPOC, all-time high, those kind of things, and the naked volume point of control from the most recent auction, which is right here. And these are, this is the full session volume profile. Now, this started plotting at 1700 last night. See the high right there, overnight high. And it will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. This is RTH, and this is RTH Delta. These will reset at 8:30, let's hope. This is an important column to me. It's my statistical probabilities, and they are determined by a study from IRT and based on the statistical open type, and there are 4 of those. Now we'll determine which one we're in today in a second. These are the session prices that push automatically from Bookmap, and I share these with anybody that wants them. So just let me know, like, subscribe, and let me know you like the session prices. I share this link, and it automatically pushes continuously from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. And this is the order book. These are resting liquidity in the order book. So there's 124 contracts resting at 71.49, and if you scroll over there, you can see how long it's been in the book. There you go. This is the heat map. There's no indicators on my Bookmap or IRT. I try to keep everything as simple as possible. Just price, volume, and probabilities. That's really all there is to it, and all there is here. So there's a POC for the full session and the RTH session. POC looks complicated because of the yellow line, which is just plotting the history, but all the POC really represents is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far at 71.40, the RTH or the ETH session here, or the Globex, we've traded 5,407 contracts right there. The split second that one of these other prices trades one more contract, this yellow line will move there. Very simple. There is a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH, and there's a mid for the RTH, and the rest are just price lines and levels. An important couple of flags here which confuse often are the IBL and H, and that stands for initial balance, old market profile words, names, and what these 2 levels really actually represent are the high up above us and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. And then now let's do the statistics. How do we determine the statistical open? As I said, there's only 4 types. And it's real simple. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close. There's the flag. RTH close right there. It's higher than the close, isn't it? How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, let's see. There's the previous RTH high, and the previous RTH low is down below us, because we see here. So it is higher in range. Yesterday, we opened higher out of range, which was a gap up. So the first thing I do then is change the column title to the correct open type that I am expecting for the day. And I do that selfishly because when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see this title and it tells me the history of what happened with our open type. Next thing we're going to do is delete this column of values because these are statistics from yesterday. Clear the notes. There you go. And now let's look at how we get the statistics. Well, they come from this study. Here was yesterday. Now, IRT will conveniently highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30. We want them now. So we've determined higher in range is the open type expected for this morning. The system looks back at the most recent 1,721 days. Of those days, we opened higher in range 529 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, we revisited the overnight point of control 80.7% of the time. Overnight volume point of control is hiding right here behind the mid and all these things. You can see the level. So we're going to put it right over here. And that's 80.7. And that is exactly all there is to it. And then we're just going to go down the list. The next order of business is the overnight mid, which is 74.7. And that's kind of inconvenient because there's the overnight mid, right? So it's going to be just below us. 74.7. Interesting, isn't it, that they're so close together? Next is the overnight high, which is 74.5. And that's right there. These are not hard, fast targets or lines in the sand. As I said, these are the probability that this price will be revisited in today's RTH session based on the performance or the history or whatever you want to call it, of the look back of 1,721 trading days, the most recent 1,721 trading days. Previous close is 69.8. Okay. And that was down below us here, if I'm not mistaken. Right there. What is it, 69.8? Yeah, 69.8. And some values that you'll soon realize happen frequently. Overnight high, overnight low, previous high, previous low, close, Those are kind of usually how they run. The IB high is 67.7, but that's way above us. Let's look for the IB low. I want to show you something here. Where the hell did it go? Oh, there we are, 60.7. So 60.7 IB low. And it's important to type these initials because the minute we open, this flag's going to go up to wherever price is, to the bottom, below price, and the high will come down, wherever that happens to be. Now it's pretty close, but sometimes it can be many points away. POC for the previous POC, that's 67.5. So that's right here. Okay. I was looking for the previous high and low here. Where are we here? Previous low is 30.5. That's way below us, but let's get down there and look. I'm assuming that it's right down here at settlement somewhere. No, it's actually lower than that. It was quite a day yesterday, wasn't it? 37.5, was that in? 35. Okay. And previous high, where did that go? Previous high is 58.8. Now I need to go do something else I always do. Oh, come on, girlfriend, let's get this up here. Damn, I'm not doing very good at all here, am I? Delete. Come on. Wow. All right. Next thing I need to do now is something that I do every day called the TLab snap. So hold on here while I get that over with. I'll explain what that was in a minute, or is in a minute. All right, so the what happened here? The TLab snap. There we go. The TLab snap is something I do every morning at about 8:20, and that is this tab. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room, started by a guy named Tom B. and maintains to this day by he. And every day at about sometime early in the morning, around 6-ish usually, I post the reports, for the day, and then I make this post right around 8:20 every day, so that folks in there that don't have the same kind of charting can have it. I'll look at all the numbers they might find important through the day. And as I said, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. Tom is a professional trader with 46 years or 7 years or something experience, Started, I think, as a money manager and stuff like that when he was younger, and now he runs his own account. It's free. You're never solicited for anything. It is not a live trading room or a trade calling room. But there's, good people in there and good advice or whatever. And I feel a sense of friendship or obligation or whatever, because I appreciated the time I was very active in there a year or two ago before I started the stream. So every day at 8:20, I make that post, and early in the morning, the reports. Now, the stream basically evolved from the TLab, actually, because Tom's always saying, narrate your own market and focus on what you're doing instead of yucking it up in a trade, somewhere else. So that's why I'm doing this. So there we go. And there we have it. There's the TLab, there's the pre-market, and let's see what's next. I suppose you would imagine that it would be a good idea to be able to trade. And I think so too. What is going on here now? So in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel by this button right here, which is the paddle lock. Excuse me. And select, Jesus, excuse me. Select a method that you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you use you have three choices: chart, dome, or both. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is this active data column. If you choose dome, you need to have the dome columns activated so that you can, or visible, so you can use them. I used to do that always, but I've tried to get more real estate back on my screen. And then both is, as you might imagine, both of them. So let's go with just the chart. And then the next thing I need to do here is make sure that it's on the right statistic thing, which it is, and select multi-brackets. Now, this is where I implement the risk neutral methodology, and I've widened out my basic setup here from 12 to 16 ticks because too much volatility. Yesterday was the first trade, and of course it took a stop. So Merry Christmas. The smallest risk neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be an even number. Then you select the number of ticks for the whole package as a stop, and that should be based on your account risk parameters. You should have calculated this long before right now in the morning, before the open. And, you know, based on your account and everything else, volatility of the instrument, etc. Then, assuming that these are correct, the first take profit target is automatic because it's for half of the package and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then you have a runner, and you can have as many different configurations of all that stuff as you could possibly imagine. There's also another potential tool you might want to use, which is Execution Pro, and this is where you can have automatic trail to break even. You can have trailing stops, implemented and stuff like that. I'll leave it off for now. And this is Price Lines, which displays these session prices here on the chart. So that's active. We've got 2 lots selected. That's the package we know. And I don't need the tools here on the trade control panel anymore because I'm using multi-brackets. I have all of the trade parameters that are typically displayed here available at the top of the screen. So I can click the button again. It stays green because I've selected the chart activation. And I get my metrics, I get cancel, I get close, and I get the real estate back on the screen. And now we're ready for the open and we can trade them. Going to have an open in about 3 minutes. This is the overnight. We're long inventory 100% because there's the open, and we're the entire night traded above it. But boy, was that a tight rotational pain in the butt day, huh? What is it? What is the total overnight here? It's about 57 to 22, so it's 30 handles wide, but just on the open, and then it's been tighter, much tighter than that all night. We had this little blurb this morning, who knows what, and that's about as well balanced a profile as you're going to see. Look over here is the same thing. So I would suggest that this morning we may have some responsive selling to take profit because there's long inventory overnight. But my inclination is to lean towards expecting just an open auction. I think the world is just wait and see. You know, we had Taco Tuesday again, which is, I'm not making fun of that. That's great. I wish they'd stop using that acronym because I think it makes Trump mad. And he's the kind of a guy that would have a bunch of people killed to prove to the world that he didn't do a Taco Tuesday again, in my opinion. So I don't think that that's, that's very funny, but it seems to be true. I don't know how come, but it seems to be true. They extended the deadline on the Iran thing, and it only made sense they would do so. There was none of the negotiators had gotten to Pakistan yet. So what? Come on, Anyway, so there we are. Now we're ready for the open. We will see. Assuming these price columns will reset, or volume columns will reset it at 8:30. We got about 30 seconds or so to go. And, good luck. Hook in and hang on. I would say, without any question, patience. This is not going to be an open or a market, in my opinion, or an auction, in my opinion, that you should dive right in on and start clicking and, whipping and spurring. I don't think you're going to get anywhere. I have everything set up and happening from the looks of it here on my charts. I'm a little bit behind the curve, so I'm going to be extra careful. Hey, Antonio. Morning. Bon dia. Taco Tuesday, man. Had a late night last night, and I'm groggy and posting the wrong snap in the TLab, and you know, I'm not used to that anymore. But it was a good time. My daughter and I went to her first concert last night of a group that she really likes, a Tuesday night. Go figure that. And Houston is, you know, so damn big and spread out. It takes a long time to get back and forth, but yeah, it was a good time and a late one. So today is also Wednesday, which is, there we go. There's the open and it didn't reset. So let's try to do that. Here we are. It's school run Wednesday, so at 9 o'clock I'll be dusting off here for about an hour. Now I'm going to change my IRT stuff to this configuration to from full session to the RTH session. And I do that, so you'll see our potential gap up here. Here's the RTH now. I do that to keep the session prices in the proper alignment as expected by all the boys and girls who use those prices, wherever they may be. Here's the open. There's yesterday. There's our open today. Let's skedaddle over here to the RTH tab and do the same thing. I mean the mini tab, whatever I'm saying. See, I can't even talk. It's pretty funny. I posted yesterday's report in the TLab. About 37 people are going, "Oh God, boomer again." I'm sure I could hear them moaning clear over here. Yeah, but you know, I took full responsibility. Okay. There we are. Now we're off and running. Well, let's see. So here is the IB high, and here's the IB low. Well, looky there. How did that work? Who was that mass man? The high and the low of the first 1 hour. These will continue to plot up and down until 9:30 Central Standard Time. Then they won't anymore. Then there'll be a statistic. We'll go through all of that. And you see why I put this down here? There's the previous POC, the naked POC. We opened, and you can see where it was. We haven't revisited that yet. Are we taking out the levels? Well, the only level that we've tagged out so far is the IB low from yesterday. We've got the mid and the VPOC down here. Looks like we're going to probably get that. This is a real wait and see day, in my opinion. Well, it is for me, for sure. As a matter of fact, since Lucky thinks he's such a clever boy and likes to go tippy-toeing around over here, I'm going to turn off that so he doesn't, you know, do the trade thing. Do the trade boogie while I'm gone. Let's see what we have here. Now, going on this side of the world is some testing things that are going on. This is the bar trade indicator deal I've figured out. Way too early in the morning for that. Here is this is the B18 setup. Now, a word about this chart. This is a full session. The gold levels here are the high and low of Asia, the high and low of London, and now we're plotting and it'll become red over here, or in the case of the first 30 minutes or the first 5 minutes, it will be these blues. And what this does is not 5 minutes, but it will continue to plot up and down until we reach the 18th 5-minute bar, which is essentially 90 minutes. And this is a study or an idea based on Al Brooks, if you're familiar with who he is. And yesterday, this is the only one that made money of these strategies that are being tested. So you see it's plotting here now, and it plots in this blue color. All right. And then if I scoot over here, you can see where it made money, and there's the bar, and there's the this, and there's the that. All right. I'll go over it later, but that's how that works. There's a, well, that's not very nice. There we go. There is, what else we got going on here? So this is, this is the initial balance system, which has been pretty thoroughly vetted. These are the pullback and trigger and continuation zones. They will start plotting at 9:30, and they will push across to my book map. Maybe I'll do that before I leave. Maybe I won't. Let's just see. But anyway, so that should get us to where we are at the moment. Those are the things that are cooking on the back burner. And remember that anything that's traded or any of those signals or things that are happening on IRT are within the IRT simulated environment, because I'm not confident enough in my coding skills to be having IRT doing algorithmic magic with my account. I can screw my account up just as well by myself. So, yeah. Here we go. There we go. There we go. Are we going? Yes, we are. Okay. No lags. That's a big amazement. The hell's the volume? Did it fall off the map or what? No, well, it did drop back quite a bit. Dropped back into 75 or something to 69-ish here, and our average ATR is 3.5 points, so that's that. I'm surprised about that lag. That's usually a big pain in the tail, but let's fingers crossed, right? Mum's the word. Well, I was just talking with Ying this morning, my wife. You know, it's so funny how you get old and you don't pay attention to it, or you don't feel it as it's happening. Like looking out of my eyes, I still feel like I'm the same person, you know, that I was in there. And then I see in the mirror and I wonder, who the hell is that old, you know, look like 10 miles of muddy road. Who's that guy? Same way with seeing like last night, you know, go out and hear some great music and have a nice time and get home around midnight or something. And I feel like I got, you know, hit by a truck. And a few years ago, you go out and party till the bars close at 2 and then, you know, up working at 6, you know, without even missing a beat. So, hey, Andre, or Anton, Jesus, I can't read either. So, yeah, here we are. Crazy day, Taco Tuesday. And, I'm happy that's, you know, common sense prevailed at least. We'll see if those guys decide to negotiate with each other or what the hell they're going to do. And here we are. There's some of that responsive selling that I was thinking about mentioning in the pre-market just to take some profit, I guess. And now, let's see what else happens here today. It's, as I mentioned earlier, it's School Run Wednesday, so there's that. And welcome to the stream. Like, subscribe. You know, when you know, if you're too much trouble to click your mouse a couple times, just send money. What the hell, you know? This stream is not monetized in any way, seriously. So it's really nice to get some, you know, clicks and subs, and definitely contribute in the chat. So This is my virtual journal, in case you missed that. This is not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now, and I share it with anyone, publicly, open and fully transparent. I take no trades on this account off of the stream. That's why the stream is 7 hours long every day. And any trades that I take here in Bookmap are in my live AMP account and funded by me. So there you go. And the school run Wednesday, so I'll dust off about 9 o'clock, and it's usually about an hour. Nothing I can do about it. I'm happy to do that. Obviously, life is what happens while you're making other plans, right? By the way, Anton and Antonio, I don't know if you heard about this deal or not, but if you're familiar with what Edgeful is, I had been a grandfather, early adapter of that, and then I dropped the account because things happen. I lost my job and all that stuff. Career folded up when they sold it the company, whatever. So I dropped a few things off like that, and then I happened to notice that they had phenomenal improvement and development in the thing over the last year or so. And it's all based on probability and perspective, and data. So I reached out to them, and one thing led to another, and I've got the subscription back again. So I just started going through some of the stuff last night, and I will continue to do that. And then when I have it figured out, I'll be able to show the studies over here. And for example, what's the probability when we open gap up that we're going to close the gap, or the IB higher? All these kind of probabilities and statistical studies, and you can go back 5 years and what. So I'm getting into it. The developer, the CEO of it, is a guy named Andre. And even I happen to be listening to one of the videos, and even he says, I look back at what the Edgeful was a year ago, and it was a joke compared to where we are now. It's phenomenal that, it was so basic. But hey, it's a good idea, and they're really pushing it. So we'll see if it's valuable at all. And I'll be sharing that like here. This is just the getting started video-y kinds of things, right? I don't know if I could quickly show a report. I don't know enough about it to know which way I'm going anymore. Reports, there you go. So for example, this is an in play for the ES gap fill, 63%. Short target, bias is short target. This is the percentages of stuff. This is how it works. And you can do all these different reports and things. So we'll see, No, I'm trying to. The purpose of the stream is my virtual trading journal, and I'm going to be trying to further the development of my trading with using that tool. So I figure it is something that I could share here. I guess I never ask them, but I suppose they're not going to complain about free advertising. Like and subscribe, please. And remember that this is not my way or the highway. The idea of this is a collaboration. If it looks like I'm doing something that seems to make sense, drop something in the chat. If I'm out there like Pluto, I'm all ears. If you've got a strategy to go, well, I do this every day and I've been consistently profitable since Christ was a carpenter. Well, let's hear about it, Or as Tom says, call me. Yeah. Okay, I'm starting to wake up now, so that's dangerous. I like your hedge strategy, Anton. I was thinking about that right in the Uber last night. Good idea. I'll have to get my head around it completely, but because this is my live account, I can do the same thing. With the prop firm or whatever else, you definitely can't do that. So I'm told. I don't know. Antonio, I don't think I mentioned yesterday, maybe, or you might not have heard it, but I finally did verify by email and phone with Top Step. They're not interested at all in in doing anything for those 5 accounts they closed that were all in good standing when they refused to continue supporting Rhythmic. And they are definitely not supporting any other platforms, according to the support people that I got the answer from them. Now, maybe if I got a hold of a different support person, I'd get a different answer, but what are you going to do? So I would have entertained, if they would have rolled those. I told the lady, if you honor, first of all, they didn't offer me any alternatives, like, okay, we're going to close all these 5 accounts, which are all within one win of the profit target for the express funded account, with no resets, no errors, all inconsistency rules. We won't reopen them for you because we're not supporting Rhythmic, but we'll put them all in in a prop step X or whatever they call it account, and you can trade them that way. I would have done that just to see, but they refused to even do that. So there you go. That's as far as it got, and that's closure as far as I'm concerned. Here we are. What did we do? We traded them down. We picked up the overnight mid and the overnight VPOC here. No, we have not yet. We're just above them. Geez, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh, and you know what didn't happen? That lazy blue boy has been slipping. He's out smoking cigarettes behind the barn or something, I bet you. So there we go. Blue boys are on the job. A little bit of responsive buying or selling, and then we're testing higher. Oh boy, higher. That seems like the only way they're interested is up and to the right. Well, good for you, man. Fingers crossed. I'm all for you. I'm in awe of all your skills and your development there. That's really great. I mean, as I've said before, I hope, I don't understand hedging really, but I think I have a basic concept of it. It makes perfect sense. It keeps you pretty much delta neutral the whole time. And, beats the hell out of, minimizes your risk. So, yeah, getting it figured out would be super. Call me. I'll even pay for the call. You can even call collect. Well, I better get my shit together here. I'm busy talking and jabbering, and it's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. I got to make sure the girls are in the shower, and I'm ready to rock. Hold on. Be right back. Speaking of rock, let me fire up the music here. Oh, God, what's all of this? We got a bunch of 3 to 5 days. What? Come on. What is this? I'm not sure how well negotiations work when you got your gun to somebody's head. I've said that yesterday, and I think that's probably, I don't know what the motive, I don't know what the thinking is, what I know. And I don't know why that stupid thing is doing all that stuff. Yeah. So there's Financial Juice. There's the music, and let me go see what the gal's up to here. All right. I guess everything's moving here. I've got pants on. That's a good start. I'm going to dust off here in a few minutes there, boys and girls, for the school run. And I'd say keep your powder dry. It looks just like a tight rotational chop fest to me. Big order of retail soup being whipped up. Look at how, one thing that is really interesting. Here's yesterday. See this string of singles? Guess where we're trading? Filling out that low volume area right there. Interesting how that works, isn't it? It is frequently that's the case. I'm still amazed that there's no lag on IRT. Let's see what's going on around the world over here. Let's see what's happening in Barville. Ooh, let's get down to the correct one. So there's no bars plotting yet. This is the 18 bar going on over here, or the L. Brooks thing, or whatever else it is, however you want to call it. Obviously nothing yet in the initial balance trade. A little bit of responsive selling, filling out this low volume node from yesterday, or that string of singles there. And yeah, Dalton used to always refer to that as, or probably still does, I guess, as repairing the profile. In terms of what, I don't know. Let's see something here. So this is RTH. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, from a visual point of view, I guess that makes sense. And back to the book map. Blue boys on the job. Current trade. Lucky can't do any damage, so that's a good thing. We're in a 53 to 39, so 13 point IB so far this morning. There you go. I'm gonna go make sure that I know where the door is and I'm awake enough to drive, so I'll be back in a flash. Yeah, luck's probably a big part of it today, that's for sure, this morning. So yeah, good luck on that hedge. That sounds real interesting. It's great. And I will be back as quick as I can, usually about an hour and 15, I guess. Well, I see that there's a whole lot of nothing happened while I was gone. I have no idea. Tom, are you talking about TLab Tom over there, Andre or Anton? I don't know what's going on with that. Did you notice that I put, I changed my configuration around on Bookmap to where I have delta and volume, trying to see if this makes any difference. Like here's 1342 buy side at this low volume node, but that's when I changed my screen and got rid of the dome, trying to get more real estate over here. Not sure if that's what you're talking about. I just walked in, right? Cold, so here we go. I'm going to try to get up to speed and see what's going on next. First things first, water. Yeah, I'm thinking so as well. For example, 1,199 contracts went off here at 58s on the buy side. I'm not sure exactly what to do with that information, but yeah, I'm on hold here in the meantime, so I may drop off the mic at any moment. With the bank. But yeah, I hope everything is working out good and that hedge story straightened out. Whoa. Yeah, I see that now. I'm reading up. Okay. There's what else is going on. I haven't looked at the news yet. Did the Lost Planet Airmen come up with anything new? Well, the crude report came out, and that's to be expected. All right, Anton. Oh, Anthony. No, Anton. There you go. Geez, my eyes are bad. Yeah. Okay, I got the con here. All right, got the bank deal straightened out here, I guess. Always something. And boy, are we in a tight consolidation. Boys and girls, in my opinion, this is exactly a classic example of retail soup. They are just grinding them up right, left, and center here. We had a little explosion up on that. So we're up at 66 now. What's the bottom? Around 40s. So we're still only 26 points wide on the whole IB. Yeah, and, you know, if you've got something better to do, go do it right now. This is not conducive to, this is conducive to getting chopped to pieces unless you're really skilled at, you know, a mean reversion scalps, basically. What do you, look at what you're looking at here, swings. 65, 53. So essentially, if you're spot on your entries, maybe 10 points back and forth across the IB or the POC. Still haven't taken the IB either. I just was noticing that. So we could actually turn into a neutral day. Now, hi Panda, what's good I do? I know, baby. What do you want? Come on. Things are all crazy. What's in there? Oh boy. All right. So let's take a look at the IB here, which I haven't gotten around to yet, I don't think. The IB high, the IB low, right there. So we have not taken either one of them. The statistic is active since 9:30. And it has not, neither one has been breached. The statistic that I'm talking to always about this is this one. And it is the most probable. Don't freak out here. I've got this set not to automatically reset, so I do it manually. And there we have the correct open type. Now, IRT, as you see, highlights the correct open type, and it also selects and changes the text color on values that have been revisited, which is pretty handy. Wow, the only one that's been revisited is the overnight high. Can that be true? Sure as hell. The POC, the mid, none of those have been revisited yet in the normal statistics that are across here. Wow. Anyway, back to the point at hand. The most prevalent probability in all four statistical open types is the initial balance statistic. Today it is 97.4% of the days. Ooh, snacks, yeah. She's feeding me at the desk here. She won't even let me out of the damn office. 97.4% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be revisited by price in today's RTH session. In other words, at some point between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600. And it has not happened yet. The probability of taking both of them out today is 30.8% probability. What does this mean up here? This means that there is a 2.6% probability that we will take neither the IB high nor the IB low at any point in the remainder of today's RTH session. That seems ridiculous, right? Everybody goes, sure. This has happened twice in the last month and a half. this market and these markets and this, especially the RTH, is really unique lately, driven by this uncertainty and lack of, direction in policy and all of this up and down geopolitical stuff. So this has happened twice. And I think it was 2 weeks ago or last week, we had one day, both were achieved, both IB high and IB low. So it was a neutral day. And the next day, neither one. Go figure. So that's the statistic I'm always talking about. And that's the statistic upon which this is based. And these are the continuation and pullback zones around the IB high and the IB low for this trade. Now, let's look at some other interesting stuff. What's going on in bar trade world? Well, there we are. Whenever I see a profile like this, I have a hard time getting excited about anything, because I don't think there's a lot of upside potential in short-term, short-range scalping. This was interesting yesterday, and here is bar 20. Now, what this system is plotting and verifying or validating over here is the following. This blue lines represent the high and the low of the first 18 bars of a 5-minute chart, which, quick math, you'll realize is 90 minutes. The statistic reported or, put forward by this guy, who's Al Brooks. If you know who he is, he's one of the most famous price action guys for 40 years. Something of his, and, certainly nothing original on my side. Except that I code up these various strategies that different people put forward as being very successful. I code them up to be able to backtest them and verify for myself, vet for myself that it's true or not. What the statistic says is that after the 18th bar, which is, I put it at 20 to give it a little leeway. So 20, 19, 18, after that bar, there's a 92 or 3% probability that the high or the low of the session has already been put in place or achieved. What his way of looking at it is, there's a breakout trade, which would mean you automatically assume that the opposite side is the low. In this case would be the low. And if neither are, you would consider it to be a trading range and scalp back and forth. So yesterday, of the different systems that I have coded up here, the only one that paid out was this one. And I could probably show that to you. There you go. So again, these are the gold ones here are the high and low of Asia. This is the high and low of London. These are the bar trade. Here are the 18 bar here. There's 20. There's the breakout. There's a short at T1. It scales from the stop scales to entry. And we got, it says 0 ticks because this old indicator isn't capable of adding more than one or looking at more than one target. But in reality, we were at, this was around 50 ticks. There you go. Now you know as much as I do. And the IB trade is not doing anything yet. Maybe won't. That's this one. What I will do now is I will now send these continuation and pullback and trigger zone levels to Bookmap so that I can keep my eye on them in one place. And I'll do that here in a minute. You'll see them magically appear over there. Okay. Now, pretty quick, they will show up over here around the IB high and the IB low. There you go. So there are the continuation zone, the trigger zone, and the pullback zone. And these are nothing mysterious or magical, these numbers. Nothing I do is. And if you're curious what they are, it's real simple. The continuation and the pullback zones are 3 to 5 points either side of the IB. And the trigger zone is 1 point either side of the IB. Oop, that's all there is to it. And there are 3 rules in the system. Price trades up, takes out the IB, that's A. Price continues on to a high within the continuation zone, that's B. Pulls back to the trigger zone, that's the trigger, and you would be entered in along. Conversely, it takes out the IB for an A. It retraces back to the pullback zone for the B, and it trades back up to the trigger zone for the trigger, and then you enter, it would be a short. And converse, exactly the opposite, or the l'envers for the IB low. Real simple, straightforward. I've got no problem at all sharing this, everything, precisely and openly. And if you've got a great way to trade and you're consistently profitable, throw something, throw it in the chat. We're all here for one reason, I think. And there's not a lot of all of us, so no problem. Like and subscribe, of course. That's a big deal, and contribute to the chat. That's also great. Anton's been doing some pretty interesting stuff with hedging. Sounds real promising. I think I mentioned earlier before the dog and pony show started for school that I got the edgeful thing straightened out, figured out, activated. Now I gotta get to the point, and then I'll have a little. I suppose what I'm going to do, I think, in the 1400 to 1430 period, where I usually go through backtesting and stuff, that's the perfect time to talk about edgeful. And also in the pre-market, what would be expected and what's upcoming. I think you look at that stuff. I can tell you what I'm going to do today, and that's stand here and watch. I know that's what I do a lot, and that's real boring. And imagine if it's boring to you, imagine how I feel. But this is not a day where the price action is conducive to profitability, I don't think. For me, for sure. And in the rearview mirror, of course. This was a consolidation. We broke out. We broke out. We retested. We broke out. We retested. I got long, and here we are. Yeah. Okay. Tell me that story again, right there. Or right there. The rear view mirror is so obvious, and it's the reason. One of the criteria that I have for, adopting or paying much attention to any of these people that present this stuff, if they're not on the live market and talking about live trades or live opportunities, then I discount what they're saying almost 100%, because anybody can go back and look at this. My daughter, who's, never traded in her life, but is intelligent and fairly computer savvy, could come back here and in 5 minutes she could start spewing this stuff out like she's a wizard. And I think anybody can that has basic understanding of, understands that the market's going up and down and what you're going to try to do, I think. So yeah, there you go. And that's just my opinion. One of the things to always bear in mind about the stream is my virtual trading journal. Everything that I'm witnessing or that I'm watching is being captured on the video. And the way I get what I'm thinking at the moment into the stream is my voice over here. And remember that it's my virtual trading journal. So these are notes to myself. And I share them out openly. Hopefully to help someone else. And also I believe in the, catharsis of talking about stuff. I also believe that our subconscious mind pays a lot of attention to what we say, especially what we articulate verbally. That's why you're never going to catch me saying I'm a terrible trader, I'm a loser, I'm a this and that, because I believe your subconscious mind listens to you and goes, okay, this guy's a terrible trader. That's what we're going to be, a terrible trader. I think how you talk to yourself is important, and it may be, some kind of mystical psychobabble, but I believe that. I believe I'm going to see what kind of great stuff my wife cooked up to eat here right on my desk. The smell is killing me. Oh. Let's see what's going on in Barville over here. Of course, this is driven by greater than or equal to the number of bars and the range. I was been poking around looking at the ATR. Right now it's 275. Remember that this ATR here is in points, not ticks. And these values are in ticks. So, well, bars obviously. Ticks, and this is 1 minute. To try to get it manageable. In theory, the idea is a consolidation, a breakout, a retest, and then a trade in the direction of context. In this day, there is really not a lot of context. So you could say that this would have been a successful entry, but peanuts, right? Let's this IRT hates this, but let's show the toolbar and the crosshairs. It hates this crosshair because it just, the calculation screws it all up. You see how the lags. So what have we got here? Let's say we're entering right there. We're entering right there, which is something, isn't it? Let's check. I can't even trade it. 55s, and we had the intuitive foresight to get out up here at what, 62s. That's 7 handles. That's hardly. Now it would definitely be T1. So you would be risk neutral. I would be risk neutral. Maybe looking for continuation. And there's another whole philosophy to this, which is to just start building a 1-to-1, in order to have a high win rate and a reasonable expectancy, and get a string of wins. Oh, are we talking about, gosh, one guy on YouTube. I don't know who that is. Yeah, there's a lot of YouTube out there, isn't there? Wow. Really dangerous when somebody does that, averages down or dollar cost averaging and no stops. That's such a bad example for new people, in my opinion. I think that's really, really a bad deal. Just personally. But some people build like a cult thing, you know. I don't understand how they do it. I'd love to do that, but but I think maybe I'm too transparent and hopefully reputable. I mean, I would never say something like that. I would never say in a million years, don't use stops and average down. I don't know. Never know. Most of those people, I have no idea who this person is you're talking about, but most of these guys make their money off subs, you know, on YouTube. And that's the story with all of so many of the influencers that you'll notice are now, there's about every third video on YouTube is something about the orb trade, right? Or the next thing it'll be some other deal, and they all get on it together. The theory that I've been told about how and why that phenomenon happens is that those people are, they don't make any money trading, or if they do, it's, you know, occasional and by accident, but that their income is all off YouTube subs, and so they have to recycle simple things which have a lot of high traffic on YouTube to get a new group of subs all the time, to keep growing that part of which is really their business. Makes sense to me. I don't know. I've never talked to anybody or known anybody personally to do that, but it makes sense. I'm talking about the trades by Matt and Tory trades and all these other the chick with a banana. I still think that's funny. She calls herself Bush Barbie or something like Bull Barbie or something like that. That's what they all seem to do. Or that's how it was explained to me, and maybe it's true. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was my question yesterday, if you remember, that I don't understand. And I guess I didn't phrase it very well. I said, so what happens if you get a whipsaw and both of your hedge and your entry get stopped out? And obviously we're way ahead of me on you don't enter them both at the same time, Einstein. But yeah, that was the first thought I had was, I can see what would happen to me in that case. I'd lose double. The thumbnail that gal used for her orb trade was so funny. I thought this is what it is. This is what it was. Oh man, what am I doing here? Here we go. I'm not sure how that banana figures into the orange orb trade, but yeah, it's pretty funny in my opinion. Guess maybe you have to have a special sense of humor. Yeah, of course. If you're delta neutral or pretty close to it. Yeah. That's, that's nirvana as near as I can tell. So, what's happening now? Nothing. A big, fat nothing. Will this market get poked in the behind? Maybe. Now the NASDAQ has thundered through it a couple of 3 times up here. Not really with any conviction, but they have at least taken the initial balance statistic. It hasn't gone anywhere in either direction. It hasn't been an IB failure or an IB continuation. So there's that. Oh man, I am so ready for, and I so desperately need, normal trading environment. I wish, I don't know what I wish. I know what I wish, but I don't want to say it out loud as far as the current situation goes. But I hope that this geopolitical thing, it gets resolved. I think it's ridiculous that it was ever started in the first place, but that's another story. I don't know to what lengths they will go to try to, divert attention away from the Epstein deal. And it doesn't seem like it works. You'd think they'd learn, but I guess not. I bet Rubio can't sleep nights because he's got so excited about tipping over Cuba, because that's his homeland. His parents were Manuelistas, the whole story about Cuba and Rubio. So, and understandably so, I guess. Now he finally got himself in a position of power where he can do something about it, apparently. What the Cuban people think about that, I don't know. I wonder if there's a platform that would allow to enter buy, sell stock orders automatically once. Yeah, I believe that Trader Nation thing that Tom Hogard moves, I think it has to be something that's uses a broker outside of the U.S. I think. Maybe in fact, Tasty Trade. They claim Tasty Live claims to have, be able to hedge and do all of that kind of stuff. I've never used. The closest I ever got to any of the Tasty, Tom Sosnoff products is I have a Schwab account from a long time ago here when I came back from. Never mind. When I have a Schwab account, and with that you get Think or Swim. Whether it's been modified to the point now that it won't do that or not, but they talk about Tasty Trade and this new Lucky Dog thing that he and Scott are starting up. He talks about, your broker, if you want to choose your broker, that you've got to have access to all products and all trade types and hedging and all that stuff. So, yeah, maybe so. Maybe you could look there. I believe, if I remember right, I think you told me that you do options on Tasty Live, so maybe that's the next thing you can look for. I don't know. And maybe IB, but that IB platform is a real dinosaur. It's kind of like the Rhythmic Art Trader Pro, it's a real special platform. I think that it might allow open hedging as long as your account or your broker is okay with that. In other words, I really don't know, so I should shut up. So never mind. Oh, man. Well, what a day, huh? This would be my recommendation is if you've got something better to do, something else to do, is a good day to go do it. Unless you're, really good at. Now, remember, I'm only looking at one instrument here. And there's a whole bunch of them out there. The NASDAQ has been moving right along. It's even the micro has taken out the IB high, and what is it? 14s or 7s to. Is this right? Yeah, 7 to 27. So there's basically 100 points across there on the NASDAQ. And this, MES can't get out of its own way. So, one of the reasons why a lot of people trade the NASDAQ or the Qs. Yeah, I do think that they are quite restrictive, or quite, what's the right word? I can't think anymore. About margins, yeah. Conservative about margins. I just hearing them talk. And now that they're doing the Lucky Dog thing, there's only a couple of the Tasty Live things I ever listen to anymore. The signal or noise is pretty interesting, and some of the things that what's his name puts forward is pretty good. Can't think of his name. So this is one hell of a bar. This is the big bar without the breakout. I guess this is the signal go to the bar. I don't know. Let's see what we can do here looking around. Well, there you go. what are you going to do? Break out. And okay, you break out here and you get 5 handles, and there's no downside breakout retest really. But yeah, maybe so. I once upon a time I had an account with NinjaTrader brokerage. I didn't never use NinjaTrader, and it was actually through Phillip Capital. NinjaTrader is like everybody else pretty much, except those actual brokers like AMP or somebody. They're an introducing broker, like FT71's Edge thing, whatever that's called, and they're introducing brokers. They just take a cut out of the middle of the commissions or of the spreads and pass it off to somebody else who does the actual execution. At that time, Ninja wasn't it. It was, I think, through Phillip, but maybe they're their own broker now because they sure as hell grown. They bought Trade of 8 and a bunch of other stuff. So, and I guess Trade of Phi. This may be all wrong, but I've heard someone on Edgeful actually talking about this. Trade of Phi is now a brokerage, and you trade using Trade of 8, both of which I'm assuming are, because NinjaTrader bought Trade of 8, I suppose Trade of Phi is a brokerage spin-off for Trade of 8. Beats me, man. But yeah, maybe. There's a lot of flexibility, I think. Oh, what else might be able to do that would be like Quant Tower or one of those. And Quant Tower, I think, is right up your alley. I think that's developed in Ukraine. I actually saw a software. I was doom scrolling, and I cannot remember the name of what the guy was talking about, but it had a heat map, looked exactly like Bookmap. And then a regular charting package, it was all one thing. And it wasn't, IRT or something like that. But yeah, Quant Tower might also have what you're looking for in the ability to hedge. I'll tell you another one that I've pretty skeptical to get hooked up with, but if MT4 or MT5, I don't know. I had an interesting experience about the back end of MT4 once a long time ago, and I would not get near it, but it's the same idea that has now been put forward with all of these people like Top Step and X, Program X, and all of that they're all going to. It's one of the motivating factors is that they have a real robust back office application where they can throw you into the B book, they can slow down your fills, they can do whatever they want to do. And so I'm trying to stay away from any of that I can. I saw that firsthand with my own 2 little eyes in Kuala Lumpur to do with MetaTrader 4. And I was shocked. But there you are. I'm not saying NinjaTrader does that, but all of this Program X stuff, like Top Step X and all of those, Edge, or what is he calling FT71X thing, whatever that is. They're all using that same program. It's a white label with the same back end, and there's a reason for that. And it is not for the trader's benefit, is in my experience. Maybe, I hope I wasn't on mute then. That's going to really disappoint me if I was. Oh well. It fits right into my, if I wasn't, then it fits right into why I'm not on my A game and should not be thinking about trading. What I know about this scenario you're talking about, Anton, is if you stop and think about any entrant platform that I've used, even Bookmap, for example, you know, you can put an order on either side of the market, for example, and whichever one gets hit, you're going to still have the other one sitting out there. If you don't have any bracket orders or you know, with stops and targets, they'd both be hit. But I think what's going to happen if you are in a trade or in a position long, for example, it's going to cancel that long the minute your short fires. That's what I think. I don't think it requires a system that's going to specifically allow you to have positions on the same instrument in both directions. Or in your case, I guess 2 directions, 2 instruments. I don't know. Just standing here trying to think. I think what I'm going to do here is see about some food, get on that walk, let this market keep flopping around, make sure there's plenty of music to back this mess up, and see what's up. Tom is busy streaming if anybody is excited about that. Where am I? I'm in the music department. I'm pretty close to the end, okay. What is this? Typical classical or something? And here we come back up. Breakout and retest. Here's the retest. Bunch of buying up to the POC. Nobody home. I think it's phenomenal that we are still sitting on open statistics except for the previous IB and DTH high, I think, unless I'm completely crazy. But if you look at where we are here, let's look at this statistic thing and see. Doesn't look like it's refreshing properly because as far as I'm concerned, the previous POC right here has been revisited. But it's not highlighted yet, and this thing maybe isn't just updating right. I don't know. I have the updates shut off to once a day, and then the way you do this, if you want to instantly update a chart, is you hold down the shift and click this little guy right over here, and you'll notice up here that it's recalculated all of the indicators on that particular chart, and it's still sticking with its overnight high only. So Well, that's exactly right. What the hell am I doing? What am I looking at? The previous POC is right here, 71.25. And it has not been revisited. So I don't know what I'm looking at here. Previous IB low. Oh yeah, that's right here. That's correct. But why isn't it showing me that in the stats? PIB low. Right there. That should be revisited. Oh well. There's always something. I guess. Look at this profile. Holy smokes. Pretty soon we're going to have an arrowhead over here. Bummer. I'm sorry I was muted, but anyway. Never mind. I was doing my weakest link in there, or most important link in the trading office spiel, and putting out the close your eyes challenge. But I'm not gonna repeat it all. I don't think you know it, and I'm not sure who else is listening. So there you go. I'm gonna go step away here for a little bit of. Are they going to mess around here and take an IB? Based on what? And I was just out there walking and realized I hadn't remembered to check this damn VWAP. Boy. So. I gotta just put it on my checklist every morning to reset this stupid thing until I figure out what's the deal. Sorry about that. That didn't bother anybody. It's ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Okay. That's looking at me like, why are you in here all sweaty, stupid? Get out of here. There we go. If this isn't accurate, and I've forgotten once again, it's always accurate here on the volume profile, as is the Globex, which they were both set at more or less the same time about 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. They both worked like $1 million, no problem. This one, the RTH did until the last daylight savings move, and it hasn't worked since. I've reset it, reinitiated it, taken it off, put it on. Same story. I don't know what to do. Same way with the volume resets. I'm giving up thinking about it. And Bookmap has no fix, I will say that. So, sorry about that. I'll get back out there to it. The cat's looking at me. Why are you in here all sweaty being stupid? So here we go. Well, what have these boys and girls gotten up to? Nothing. An inside day. Yeah, well, I sincerely hope that everybody here had something or somebody better to do than this, try to fight it out in this thing. Now I'm back. I wasn't on mute, but to be honest, I can't tell a lie. When I got back from walking after that late night, I laid down and for, I thought 15 minutes, and here I am. But I do feel better. And looking at the price action, I should still be asleep. I don't know if I said this earlier or not, but last night, we went to my daughter's first concert, she and I. It's her favorite band, the Crane Wives, which I've never heard of before, or hadn't until recently, and it's Tam's favorite, and we went to that concert, which was supposed to be over early. It started at doors open at 7. We got home midnight. So it was quite a big experience for her, but this old cowboy needs sleep. So yeah, it was a short night. And I'm not missing anything today. That's pretty for sure. Stand by. Yeah, oh boy, oh boy. Now don't forget, this is not the this is the cash market. So you never know what they could get up to in the last hour from 1500 to 1600. The other day they had a closing swing trade and actually did go up and take out the the opposite high. Let me see if I can show you that. So here's the bar thing, the 18 bar, and it's pretty well holding within its own. Asia high, Asia low, London high, London low, and U.S. Now, what had happened yesterday, we'd come down and taken out this one. It held its own. But watch what happens. Watch what happens. Come on. Look at there. See that? We stayed within this would say that because this exceeded the low, past the 18th bar, that the high is in. And that worked all the way up until 20 minutes to 4, 15:40. It poked it twice, and then went back into the zone after the cash close. I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but this is not good here. This is, there we go. What is doing? What in the hell is going on here? The hell are they doing? This can't possibly be real. Do you see that, or am I losing my mind? Oh, you got not even looking at it. Sorry. Watch this. Watch this. What kind of stupidness is this? What I was pointing out, and I'm sorry that I was still not conscious enough to be on the right day, was right here. Just before 4 o'clock. 20 minutes, 25. In other words, 15:40. 15:45. So it's not impossible that it breaks them both, but that's not within the cash market, which is the parameters for that statistic, according to him. And I have no explanation for what this stupidness is. Wait a minute. Yes, I do. There it is. IRT has an idiosyncrasy that I've noticed. Look at if I get this a little bit too, well, now it's okay that I've run it out once. If you have it too compacted, it doesn't really update, and so it's just jumping back over the top of itself, if you understand what that means. Not sure I do, but yeah, it's because I had the thing too wound in like that. If I wind it out, then it'll come out of it. The same thing can happen, I've noticed, if I am, I'm doing something like this, and then all of a sudden I'll come back and I'll notice that this chart isn't updating. It's because it's wound together too close. Now, I can also change the distance between the bars and, stuff like that. But it's got to do with having the thing, I don't know, compacted by scrolling it together, I guess. Well, tonight I'm going to dig into that Edgefill stuff, finish those introductory videos just to get back up to speed, and then I'll do some. Yeah, I'm the same way with you. I start around 6 in the morning, and I usually go to bed around 2200. And I don't have a chair here, so I stand up at these two desks all that time. And Yeah, but different last night, I guess, or seemed to have a different impact on me last night. I don't know. Well, usually I'm in bed asleep before midnight because, you know, 5 hours isn't enough. They say when you get older, you need less sleep. Boy, I'm the other way around. I'm like a freaking snake or a bear or something. I eat and I can go to sleep in the blink of an eye. Sure. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing. I'll probably be sleeping forever here for too long. I better stay awake longer. Maybe. Hmm. Yeah, it was great. I like them. Their music is fantastic. Really good. My daughter's got good taste. She's not a headbanger weird one. And yeah, what we do typically is the bonding thing, I guess, but whenever we're in the car going to school or whatever else, she's got her Spotify going and a certain playlist that she does, and they're prominent in there a lot. Megan Trainor and that kind of thing. But they're called the Crane Wives, and it's yeah, I'd never heard about them before till we got over here and she started listening to them. But yeah, very enjoyable. It was kind of weird because it's a venue here in Houston, obviously, but it's you just stand up. There's no seats in this concert place. So, you're standing there where there's an act before, and then there's the main show, and we were standing there from say 8:30 to midnight-ish or something like that. But it was fun, and she was having a great time. It was her first event and first thing like that ever. So yeah, that was fun for me too. Yeah, would have been different if it was, some crazy thing I couldn't relate to, but this was fine. So here we are, the bottom of the hour. I'm gonna go into the usual, kind of ridiculous, but the daily wrap up. What did we do? Well, it ought to be no secret to anybody what we're doing so far. There's the IB low, there's the IB high. The range is 40 to 66. Can that be true? 40 to 66. It can. There's 26 handles wide. 40, 66. Jeez, I had to look at that a few times to make sure something was right, not wrong. 26 handle range. And if you look at it over here on the micro composite chart, the market is really trying to figure out what to do over here. Bopping around all-time highs, which is sort of normal, I guess, that we, consolidate a bit at all-time highs. But in this geopolitical market, I don't know. I don't know. So there we are. We've only taken out the previous IB high. And if you want to believe this one, we did take out just came down to and put in the IB one tick above the mid and the VPOC and all of that stuff. We didn't get to the previous close, previous high. So really, really light on stats, the overnight high. Pretty weird day. No question about that. Definitely will be an inside day, that's for sure. Maybe even like a doji. And of course we could, like I said, this is the cash market so far. So IRT, if you're new here, the usual explanation. This is the charting package. You can always look in the header of any of these charts and see the instrument and the chart type and the periodicity and the session. So that's always available. This is the MES, or the micro group, and this is the mini, same layout. The only difference that I should point out is that I don't switch between the micro and the mini on the market profile. I don't see the big deal. Time frame chart, or the micro composite. So this are day session. So each one of these candles is a day, is a RTH day trading session. Today, yesterday, Monday, Friday, boom. Or however many days we are. No, there's Wednesday, Thursday, Monday, yeah, Friday. What I do here for these micro composite profiles is wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. I have to switch over to, between 4 and 5 today. I'll include this today. And that generates these high and low volume nodes, which you can barely see here, the red and green level represented by the red and green lines. And then a micro composite VPOC and stuff. Now the high and low volume nodes push automatically to Bookmap. And I put the other ones in over there manually. And the session prices push automatically, Bookmap. What are we doing for volume here? Well, it's been hanging out right around 70% all day. This is 70% of 20-day look back for this time of day. Same way with the RTH, or the average true range. Yeah, it's we had a little bit of responsive selling as anticipated. Makes common sense. If you're long inventory, 100% long all night, and then a little bit of responsive selling, they took it up a bit, and that's as far as it went. Never got out of outside yesterday's range, and only 26 handles wide. The NQ, of course, was a little bit more rambunctious here. They took it up out of the range. And basically, what are we? Basically 44s to the 722, couple. Oh, that's the wrong one. Here we are. 618. So basically around little 120 handles. And the market profile. Kind of trading over all this low volume crap that happened yesterday on the big run up and the singles. So what's going on in make-believe world over here? Here we are with my news source of choice, or used to be. I'm starting to wonder. Economic reports for tomorrow. We've got global PMI, manufacturing PMI, services and PMI, and manufacturing PMI. They're the 3-star events. And jobless claims. So we've got 730 jobless claims and 845 on the 2 PMIs, the S&P PMIs. This is investing.com. You can filter it however you want over here. Wherever, if you're in Kuala Lumpur and you don't want to pay attention to the Nikkei, knock yourself out. Easy to do. It's free. That's why all these ads are floating around here. My thinking is that, if I can keep stuff free, anybody coming through the stream can have access to the same resource that I do. Can't do anything about Bookmap or Investor IRT or whatever, but there we go. They only focus on the traditional calendar, economic calendar event items. And if you notice that you don't know what initial jobless claims is, you can click that link. Every event title will turn into a link, and you can go find out about it and see who puts it out and what the recent releases have been, etc. The other one I follow is Financial Juice. Now, the left side here is pretty much of a Oh, I forgot to say that too. This left side here is more of a calendar feature, and they do things that are important, like if there's going to be some non-typical economic event, but everybody on the planet knows may affect the market and the auction, they'll pull it in over here, like somebody, Trump's going to sign something or have a speech or something. Also, I forgot to mention, we are in earnings season, and that does have some impact on the way the market's trading. Today's, after the close, is Tesla. And tomorrow is going to be what? Who? Intel? So I try to just look at the first hour. I mean, these things are so long, I'm never going to bother. That's tomorrow. Still going. If again, this is free. You can go there, filter for who, what, where you want. And the way it works is the little sunrise is before the market open, and the little quarter moon is after the close, or about 3:15-ish. Financial Juice has, as I noticed, there's the crude today, and then Tesla earnings are going to be at about 15:05, it says. When the earnings call would be, I suppose, 3:30. And the right side over here is more of a squawk box. Now, here are, obviously, Levitt is having a press conference, and she's still jabbering right now. She just ended her remarks at the bottom of the hour, and they didn't pull that in over here. Wait a second, hold on, let me make sure I'm getting updated. Oh, right there, you see? They pulled that into the calendar, and it wasn't there earlier today, but there you have it. And that very well could be that is very definitely a potential risk to our auction. Not that I have anything to say politically. I'm talking about risk management and trading. What does she say? I like it. Iran's public and private messages are differing. Like, that's not the case at our house. Yeah, that's a picture of that. So at 1450, we're going to have the market on close and balance over here, and we will stand by for that. Got to be ever on your guard in this environment, or I should say risk aware. Whatever, even if you're trading, the open on the ETH, you never know what's going to happen, and there could be these tweets and bombs, tweet bombs, and quotes or whatever. News things can drop out of the sky from no place and have a huge impact on the market. So it's interesting to watch if you're risk aware and you're limiting how much exposure or how much you're exposing your account to market risk, and but if you're don't have bracket orders in and you're just trying to be a cowboy and a gunslinger, it's not so fun. Yeah, well, good for you. A good scalper, which I am not. I'm not trying to indicate that I am. You're picking the high, just doop, 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 back and forth, and they, it's almost hypnotic if they're good at it, and they can just pick off a few points back and forth. What is this? What do we got here? There's, 46 to, let's pretend you're a whiz bang and you got them great. 48 to 61. That's 3 handles. Putting your account at risk for 3 handles, I'm not sure it isn't something I would do, because there's not enough meat on the bone, shall we say. for me. And never mind, we're trading back over because of the nature of the market. What are we doing? We're flip-flopping all over the POC and the mid and the VWAP and, bang bong, boo up, all over everywhere. Let me change those lines over here back again, and we'll be able to see the price lines rather than the IB stuff. Yeah, now these consolidation as IB trade zones will go away, and we'll have the session prices back again here in a minute. There we go. One thing that's nice about the session price line indicator is they have a way to truncate and display more than one label. Like over here, the flags, that's what you get. Where in reality, this is the IB low, this is the overnight VPOC, and this is value area high laying under here. So all piled up right here. And I don't know why it's not showing the mid. I guess it can't do that. Maybe it's limited to 3. I don't know. So if you're new, just coming through, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Like, subscribe, and by all means contribute. Anthony and Antonio and Richard and I get bored. Always interesting to hear some new input. Not bored, but you know what I mean? It gets quiet. For one, like I said in the pre-market, the reason I do the stream here and by capturing everything on my screens is captured in the video, and then my voiceover provides what I was thinking at the moment. It's like this is my journal, so I don't multitask well, and I'll get focused on something and be forgetting to talk, which is not the point either. But if you see what I'm thinking, they still could take this. They still could take that IB high. Somebody could come in and say something, and boop, pop goes the weasel. Not that it matters at this point to me, but going to have market on close and balance. They could pop it on the market on close and balance if it's so skewed. We got about 3 minutes here, 2.5. They're liable to get that IB high yet. Look at there. Whatever that means, it doesn't mean anything to me at this point. But I guess it would be officially a statistic achieved, if that matters to anybody. The old thinking that I was once taught about this IB story is that it's the high time frame that takes the market out of the IB and continues with it or something, not the retail average normal trader. That the normal trade, that's why they call it a normal day, is it when it just trades within the initial balance. It doesn't get outside, it just rotates back and forth, and the name of that is in the market profile was a normal day, I think. If I remember right, and I might not. Now that I said that, it doesn't sound right. I'll Google it in a minute here. The important thing to me, or the interesting part to me, is never mind the name. There's a 2.3% probability that we will not take one of these today in this open configuration. It's just basically the same for each, but there's a 2.3. Is it 2.3%? I forgot. Well, there's 97.4% we'll get one or the other, so that means it's a 2.6% probability that we won't get one. And I would say we're probably going to. My guess is, just not to be making any kind of a prediction, but my guess is that on the market on close, they'll get some sort of a bump, which is 1450, right? That's another 30 seconds. They'll get a bump and pop it up through the initial balance high. That's my prediction. So there you go. And that would have been a slam dunk normally, because it used to pop several handles. There we go. See, there you are. There's the market on. There is the IB high on the market from the market on close release. Boom. That little Miss Blondie Puss Levitt couldn't get it to move. Nobody can, but market on close orders did it. So the statistics in the bag. We have a 7.4% probability that was just been achieved. There you have it. And there they are. Okay. 2,134,000,000 S&P 500 contract buy imbalance. 613 million NASDAQ and 700 million Dow and 578 million Mag 7. Yep, talk to you tomorrow. I'm gonna go back to bed the minute I close the stream. You bet. Thanks. Have a great night. So there you are. We took the IB high, and the short strokes of the session. It doesn't matter. The statistic says, and I quote, at some point in the remainder of the RTH session, which is from 9:30 until 1600. So they have plenty of more time, but they got it already. Even better, they got it in the cash market, so they're even more happy with themselves. And they may punk it up here through the previous RTH high too, if we get a closing swing trade. That's very, 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 very possible. So, boys and girls, let's watch this market wind out. I'm going to. It's always interesting to me to see how they deal with them. We've got the market on close tomfoolery out of the way. There we go. And not with much conviction either, But hey, stat's a stat. It doesn't say by how much or anything else or when. So there you go. And they could not even get close. Well, they did get close to this MCVPOC over here. What do we got for view? There's naked volume points of control every place below us. And just stop and look at this mess here. Somebody said this is a generational anomaly, and I don't know if I believe that, but gap up, gap up, gap up, gap up, gap up, and consistent up and to the right. However many days that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Somebody said that 13 or 14 was a generational record. That sounds a little much to me, but I guess it makes for a catchy news headline. So Anton is doing real well with his ideas about hedging and is a real solid trader. He's a good inspiration for me. Good example. A lot of good advice. April 2nd, huh? His swing low is from April 2nd. If you notice on my charts here, wherever I have an info box, it has pretty much all the data that you might be interested in. And whatever bar that I place this on, it gives all of that pertinent data. So if I want to know where, that's April 21st. Wow. April 2nd? Wow, that's clear the hell back down here. That's down here. Now I'm really confused. Oh, that's March 30th. I was going to go, wait a goddamn minute here. Swing low. Well, this would be my swing low, but maybe he's looking at an ETH. That would be quite a profile there. Huh? That would be interesting. We'll have to look at that tomorrow when we're back around. And they're going to punch it up to the. They're going to punch it up to the previous high. They're not careful. I'm sure they're not trying to be careful. Boy, what I need's more of that liquid. Remember that I stream every morning from 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market. Set up my equipment here, do the statistics analysis, look at the overnight, that stuff, and then it's set up to trade from the open through 1500, which is the cash close. And that's because of it's basically 7 hours. And that's due to my commitment to take no trades on this off the stream. So, but I'm thinking about doing stuff like having a abbreviated stream, in ETH, and also maybe England, maybe London. I'll have to see about that. I got to turn this trading up. I got to turn up the level. Here we go. Previous RTH high. So we got another statistic. Right there. Bingo, bango, bongo with a minute left in the market, in the cash. Isn't that something? Based on nothing. I mean, there's no good news. There's no, I guess maybe it's good. Maybe the good news is we're not blowing everybody up. I don't know. I don't know what's anymore. I had no clue. But that is definitely the previous RTH high. Will we get to that 80 up there? And, you know, another freaking all-time high is just above us. Don't forget. And there is 1500. Bingo, bango, bongo. There's 7 hours and 2 seconds on the stream. So, just housekeeping, basically. I keep a pretty accurate session, chapter markers through the day, and then I upload it to the stream right now after the close here, and it'll be in the description. So, I mean, I don't know about you or anybody else, but I'm never going to stand here and, one of the reasons I stream to YouTube is that I can review the stream on any device. And I'm never going to sit and listen to all 7 hours of it. So I want to have a real accurate chapter marker, event marker, inventory or list there, index, so that I can jump to things that are important. And so there's that. That's in the description. And I really appreciate you coming by. Again, like and subscribe. That's a real big deal, and I appreciate it very much. I'm only in it for the likes and subs, so what else is there? And I will see you in the morning at 8 o'clock. And remember, all times on my charts and that I refer to here are Central Standard Time.